Okay, here we go. I collect my controller. Should be fine. Reset. Great. So, let's go to the Calcing. So my ISP did send me a new electrical adapter for my modem, which, according to them, is the issue for my power outages, my internet outages. Technically, it sounds plausible, but let's see. It was a different adapter than I had previously. Didn't have any outages since then, but also haven't streamed since then or done anything crazy with my upload. I was kicked out of a Teams meeting this afternoon, right before I switched. So, who knows? I'm going to assume it's going to be fine. If not, we're going to have an issue. Anyway, let's put up some musica. And we're back calcing for Mars. This guy is a beast. Or is it a guy? Is it a girl? Nah, it's more like a girl, right? Okay. But she's a beast. Whatever it is. The only thing that I can realistically do, which I discussed last time, lead with Delcatty Mecargo. Delcatty needs to fake out the Skarmory. It's probably going to Tailwind, but we can deal with Tailwind because it's only 3 turns. First turn, Hippopotas is going to protect anyway, probably. So it's not going to do anything there. The Skarmory is going to, well, if it's Tailwind, then our Fake Out does nothing. But if it's Stealth Rocks, then my Fake Out does trigger. And at least we have prevented the Stealth Rocks from going up, which we otherwise cannot do. And Stealth Rocks, we might have to pivot, like switching around with Mons just to, I don't know, switch in maybe Delcatty and Delibird into Earthquake or those kind of things. And we cannot do that with Stealth Rocks because it does like 50% of its health. Just basically dies instantly, also gets the sand chip damage. So I mean, it's practically dead just by switching in, and we might need it multiple times. We just can't take the chip damage. We have enough chip damage here as it is, so Tailwind we can play around, right? We can definitely plan around that. Problem is that if the Tailwind is up, this thing gets 42, which would mean that it does outspeed my mech cargo, which it wouldn't, which it normally doesn't outspeed anything except for this guy. Count that guy. So first turn it's going to protect, it's fine. Second turn, it will go first. So then I think I did the calc. So who does it want to send out? So we have a Delcatty here, so that's only baiting a fighting move, which it doesn't have, if I remember correctly. It doesn't. So then we have to check highest damage. Let's do just that. Also make a note of everything that everything is baiting basically, because we might need that. So let's open my trusty notepad. So This is going to be the turn by turn. Before we do that, we might want to check the switch order. We can do that for each of our mon. But of course, we don't know exactly what we're going to bring. It's probably going to be the 5 Pokemon the 6 Pokemon that you just saw over there. Yeah, I haven't really calced any line yet. So let's do that. At least I know I'm going to bring Delcatty for the fake out and Mekargo for the first turn. The first turn kill, one hit kill of Skarmory, because that guy needs to go really quick. So those two are locked in. Also, both of them can have a lot of value in this fight. So if we talk about Delcatty, what does Delcatty bait in? I mean, the first two we don't count because they're already out. I'm not going to count for any switching. It's probably not going to switch anything out. And worst case, I should only calc Hippo. But yeah, okay, so we don't see any fighting. So then if it's not fighting, then we put this guy at 0. Then we have to calc with Rock Slide, Earthquake, Sand Headbutt. Rock Slide, Earthquake, Sand Headbutt. That is 14, 18, 20. Just going to say Soul is 20 damage. Take the highest damage roll. I think that's how that works. Takes the highest. I don't think it rolls any of them. It just takes the highest, just like it does when it tries to see if it sees skill. Then Gabite has Fire Fang, Earthquake, and Dragon Claw. Fire Fang, Earthquake, Dragon Claw. Earthquake we know. Dragon Claw. Earthquake's not going to be highest, but Fire Fang is 22. Dragon Claw is also 22. Okay. So Gabite, 22. So it's going to be Gabite first, then Soul Rock. Okay. Next, Gligar. Earthquake, Aerial Ace, Rock Slide. I should have actually checked against both. I can do that now anyway. This is 18, 22. Aerial Ace also 22. That means Gligar 22. Let's check this guy. Earthquake. It's going to be Earthquake always. Earthquake 33. This will be Gligar 33. Do something else. Rugly. Shadow Claw. Return Iron Tail, Fake Out. Shadow Claw, return Iron Tail, Fake Out. Iron Head? What was it? I don't know what this was actually. Let's check the other ones first. 15, 8, 3, 15. Iron Till. What was Iron Till? $24. I think it even calcs as 1. But it was Iron Till, right? 24, so that's 24 into Delcatty until Shadow Claw return fake out 1143. Oof. It's actually out 43. And it's going to be the order. Just don't know these guys. Rock Slide, Earthquake, Zen Headbutt. On the Mecha. 12, 33. Because it's 33 for Soul Rock. Soul Rock comes first. This. I get Gabite. Fire Fang, Earthquake, Dragon Claw. Fire Fang. Earthquake. Dragon Claw. It's going to be the same, 33. So we take the same approach. To the Gabite. This is just... Oh, but this is not completely true. Because this is just damage. This would be damage on him. But for Mecha, we actually have the super effective check, which is going to be let's check that one. Fire Rock, so it would be Water, Ground, Fighting Rock. Water, Ground, Fighting Rock. Rock. Rock, fire, ground, rock, ground, yeah. So only these 3 will go first before Glameow, which already was the case, because Glameow was last with the damage as well. Which kind of makes sense. But then it becomes a question of, they all see a super effective move, these 3. What is their type? It's Rock and Psychic. Let's just do the quick calc. For Soul Rock, it is Rock. For Gabite, it's again and for Ligar, it's ground. Great. So rock is 2 times effective, so it would be 2 times 40 is 80. Psychic is times 1, so it's 1 times 40 is 40. Total 120. Gavite is ground, which is times 4. It's 40. 4 times 40 is 60. And like this. And dragon is just 1 time. 40. This would be 200. This time is also same. Flying should be, well, half actually. Half times 40 is 20. This 180. So then actually it would be Gavite. Let's just put it 200. Then Gligar. Soul Rock 120. And then we get the Glameow. We could do damage. This would be just for super effective calc, right? Let's put Glameow here as well. Meow is normal. Normal, I believe. Because it is just normal. It's going to calc with 2 times normal. So for now, this doesn't matter anymore. But for any other Pokemon that we are going to use in the battle, we're going to have to do this as well. And then compare. Okay, so that's done. And these damages, it's also important to note, these damages are only, these ones will be the same always. But the damages will only be these damage numbers coming from Skarmory. So you always have to put in on the mon that just died, the moves from the mon that is calculating to switch in. Always put the HP on 0 because it is on 0, and then for example it could trigger like what was it? Was it Flame Body or something? No. The thing where if you're lower than like 30% or some percentage that you do more damage with fire moves. Yeah, that takes it into account. But I mean, this guy doesn't have it because it is filter. Let me check what was filter again. Decreases damage from super effective moves. Yeah. But I think it's always a good. Way of working, just like a good practice, I would say, just to make it 0. So this means, having said this, because you're not seeing my calc at this moment, but that's also not the most important thing right now. This is now the most important thing. So this means we have just killed the Skarmory, and then either Glameow comes out or Gabite comes out. This is basically 50-50. And then depending on what comes out, our line starts to become different. So there might be how do you say? We might have to calc basically all the branches, because if the line doesn't go as planned, we could get screwed really hard. So now we're just talking about switching, but then we also have to take into account like which moves it's probably going to use, and it can also be very strange in AI, in double AI, I mean. So I know there's a super high % chance it's going to protect any turn that it can, which basically is any turn that it did not use protect the previous turn. Because if it did, it can still try it. Most of the times it will not. If it does do it though, it's a problem. The other problem is that this guy has Bright Powder, this guy has Sandville, and this guy has Sandville. Let me check the percentages. Bright Powder is more annoying, right? 11%. And Sandville. Yeah, it's 20%. So this lowers my accuracy by 11% for this guy and 20% for these guys both. That's going to be super annoying. So if we just look at it turn by turn, Delcatty will either go first and fake out. That would be the best case scenario, because then no Tailwind is up and we prevent the stealth from going up. That would be best case, but probably it's going to Tailwind because it sees that it is slower than Delcatty, so that there's a chance for it to if I would have a fake out mon that is slower than Skarmory, then I could have options, but I think there's like a 70% chance, then another 15 and another 50 or something for it to use Tailwind, so probably it's going to do that. I cannot take the risk, I think. So let's just calc with the fact that it's going to put up Tailwind. So then let's just do that. So then actually Skarmory will go first. Skarmory, Tailwind. Also immediately the first turn of Tailwind. I might need to check a video just to be safe, because in later generations Tailwind is actually 4 turns, because the first turn is the setup turn, then it has 3 full turns of Tailwind. But in this gen, I think it's still the first move, the first turn is counted as well. Then it would be 3. Delcatty does fake out. Well, actually, if the tailwind goes up, that would mean that the hippo is double, and then he's still slower than my Delcatty. Yeah. Delcatty fake out into the Skarmory, which will fail at that point. Then hippo Protoss protects. Then Chestnut will Fire Spin Skarmory and kill. Let's just put here Tailwind as well. I mean, Tailwind will be for both Mon, for the whole team basically. So I think it's good to just put it there. So that would also mean I can actually put it here. Tailwind 1. TL. Tailwind 1, Tailwind 2, Tailwind 3. So after this turn, Tailwind should stop, I think. So then starting of this turn. But yeah, Hippo protects, so it doesn't really get the benefit. Then we get either Glameow or Gabite. Not sure which of the two would be more ideal, to be honest. So if we just look at Gabite, did I put all my Mon on, well, most of them on 25 in the calc? So yeah, I think both Gabite and Glameow, I don't really care that Tailwind is up, because they're already faster than everything that I have. So then they're going to burn their Tailwind turns here. So let's say Tailwind is up, then I outspeed with nothing. Otherwise I would outspeed with Delcatty for him, and Delcatty and Raticate for him. And let's just say 49, so that's the Gabite. Do I have... I mean, I could outspeed with Delibird if I bring it to 26. That could really be an option. A realistic option. I might even make it 27. So that is an option, but this guy is just way too fast. It's like 66 is way too far. There's no way I can. If it's not even faster than 49. So red could be. Even if I put it at 28, which is the level cap, then I would not be able to use it anymore. It still doesn't outspeed the cat. But at least we can outspeed the Gabite. Is there another option for the Gabite? Maybe 28 and then we speed tie, which is not great. Do I have... Okay, so it's also an option. These are too slow. Okay, this might be an option. 27, that's faster than Gabite. Aerial Ace is the... That is going to help immensely, actually. But is it doing damage as well? It is. So the thing is, I'm faster, that's nice. And I'm a flying Pokemon, so that's also nice. So I could switch into Earthquake and not take any damage. I can also switch into a Protect turn, which also Gabite is very likely to protect each turn that it did not protect the turn before, just like the Hippo. So that could definitely be a safe switch in. Then I'll outspeed, and I could do like 50-ish damage percent. So that could definitely be an option. Is there any other option for the Lediba to battle? It's going to get murked by Glameow. Doesn't really do any significant damage on Gligar. Same with, I mean, could Bug Bite the Solrock, but then Solrock will just annihilate him. Even if I would bring it to 28, it doesn't really change anything. And this is not even crit. It's just normal. I mean, I'm going to have to dodge some crits probably, I'm guessing anyway, but still, I'd like to keep that to a minimum. So yeah, probably Ledian is not the move. So then what else do we have? We have the Skarmory, sorry, the Staravia, which we could make 27. Or, yeah, we have to be careful with that one because we might want to take it to... It's not going to be Staravia, Staraptor, I mean. We might want to take it to the Gardenia. I mean, it's kind of weak as a Staravia, so maybe no, but do we get some moves? Get Whirlwind. Whirlwind makes us go slower. -6. But then it has to switch. And that also has to make sense then, of course. And I mean, then it's not random. Yeah, I think it's random what gets sent in. I don't think the opponent gets to choose. Yeah, so that also is not really an option. Seeking probably is not fast enough, no. Dustox probably doesn't climb quick enough. This one definitely no. This one no. No. And the rat is already faster. So, thing about the rat is we can boost it maybe even a bit more, and we can pre-poison it or burn it. That would make Hyperfang almost kill. Can we boost it one more? Then we have a guaranteed kill, for example. Would also put the rat at kind of a disadvantage for the next medium fast. Medium fast is 2400. I mean, at that point it becomes basically unusable. 27, we still have 2 levels left, like 4000 something. And the other fights might not be as crucial as this one. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but this is kind of like a gym battle, right? So maybe I should just suck it up and just say, just make it 27, pre-burn it. we, so for example, let's say it's Gabite coming out. So does it matter for Glamio? So we know for sure that in this turn, I mean, we know kinda sure that it is Tailwind on their side, right? So Hippo is going to want to damage. Which would or Yawn. I mean, it could like EQ, Rock Slide, Yawn. Let's say Gabite switches in, and probably Gabite protects, and then this turn it will be vice versa. Hippo protect, Gabite, EQ, what does it have? There's some bullshit. EQ, Firefang, Dragon Claw. Right? So let's say we kill here. On the Gabite protect turn, we switch in. So other than the Yawn from Hippo, I'm not really afraid of the Hippo. Also because it doesn't have the sand veil. So for example, I could probably I want to switch out Delcatty. Right, because Delcatty. So checking here. Delcatty does outspeed it. Does outspeed them both actually. So I could sing, for example. That's always an option. It could put Hippo to sleep, but then would protect Gabite. I could also not put it to sleep, because basically they only have physical attackers, right? So if I could get a Will-O-Wisp off, I would be Gucci for most of the fight. Like this Earthquake can do quite a lot of damage. I think it wants to Yawn more than it wants to Earthquake. Especially if Gabite is out, because Gabite is not a flyer. Let me check this. Okay, so this doesn't see anything. There's nothing here for Yawn, so that's not a high score, but it has set up damage prio, baton pass, and tech strategy. Damage prio is not relevant. Set up, battle pass, tech strategy. Yeah, so it's going to have to, it's going to +2 here. Always. That's exactly what we but there's a 30% chance of it having no effect. Because we don't have Baton Pass. All other moves, 90% of the time, +3. That's actually weird because you would think that the +2 would be okay. Wait. This routine will not consider any move which deals damage. Yeah. So basically this only checks for protect and in this case yawn as well. Alright, so that would mean +2 for protect. +3 for yawn. Right? But we have to consider this protect as well. Yeah, okay, it doesn't know these moves. This is not relevant. At least not at the first turn or the second turn. So in theory, it could protect 2 times. It's just not very likely, I think. If the foe is badly poisoned. So, okay, even under yawn, or this is double battle. Yeah, so it's basically both are always true. So this will just get +2. Protect always gets +2 from only this line, always. Unless, of course, it already did it twice. And then if the user is badly poisoned, that's not the case because we're going to burn it. We're not going to do any crazy stuff. Unconditionally, there's a 50% chance to score -1. So it will always have a +2. Might get a -1. And then then if it has already did it 1 time before, it gets another -1. And then a 50% chance to score another -1. So then there is a chance it can still click it after the first turn, but it's just very, very low. But we know at least it always gets a +2. Always gets +2. 50% chance to get a -1 on the next turn. So in the first turn, sorry. So that's the very first turn. So the chance of it clicking it is very high because I didn't even finish the rest of this doc. Because this is the Baton Pass flag. We still have the tag strategy. You can also just search for detect, right? Protect. Safeguard, no, so that's not what I'm looking for. Safeguard. Disregarding to toxic, so we don't have that. This is if the guy knows protect for different moves. Like Razor Wind, Skull Bash, Fly Dive. It's all not relevant. Plus case for Shadow Force, we don't have that. Detect. This is which flag? Check which flag this is. If this is just expert flag, then we already seen that one in the other. Let's evaluate. Yeah, it's the expert flag. Yeah, so we already checked that one because that's basically what is written here. That's the expert check. And then we have, okay, again, safeguard, 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 feint, feint. Okay, so that's it. Attack strategy doesn't mention anything about protect. Right. So, and then yawn. We have something like yawn, sleep status, basic flag. This is -10. We already saw this as well in the basic part of the yawn. Gets a -10 if you're already asleep or statused. This is part of the expert flag as well. So one thing I do want to check is the damage priority is not interesting, but setup might be interesting. This is on the first turn of the battle, the complete battle, not the battler. So provides a setup effect. Boosting status moves, dropping status moves, conversion, reflect, light screen, condition inducing. So yawn is possible. So that would mean that there's a 68% chance to score a +2 on the very first turn. So preferably, then the tailwind could become an issue, right? Is yawn actually... does it hit multiple? Yawn is on one opponent. So the chance of it yawning is not that high, actually, believe it or not. But if we check, for example, Nuzlocke, if it can KO, it has a +4, so that's very high, of course, then it probably will want to click it. It's actually quite strange because I've seen them go for protect even though they saw kill. But we never get higher than 4, right? So maybe it could be it was the Gabite. Maybe it saw kill with Firefang? No, that should be +4. But it can get some minuses there, maybe. needs to get like a -2 because it's not very effective. That would be weird. Let's say it's not Firefang, but it's Earthquake or Protect. Earthquake or, sorry, Dragon Claw. Let's try Dragon Claw first. It's the same. Earthquake. Same. But I do know for Earthquake, there's a chance for it not clicking it. Because of the double. Rise now. So this is tag strategy flag. Basically what this checks, if the partner has levitate, or is flying, or it has magnet rise, meaning it doesn't get hit by earthquake, like ground moves, gets a +2, really wants to earthquake then. Because it knows it cannot damage his ally, but it can damage both of my Pokemon, potentially. But if the partner is, if his partner is one of these types, he gets a -10. I'm guessing even if it is flying. Is that the case actually ever? Like Rock Psychic, Round Flying. No. But yeah, in this case, Gabite can eat, like normally, earthquakes, and then it has some flying guy with him. Same for Hippopotas, but if the Gabite comes out together with this guy, then that's no longer really the case. Let me check one thing real quick. Okay, so this one I cannot take. This one I could take. This one I could take as well, I think. Oh. Didn't even need that. This one. Okay. So yeah, like I said, they both are not flying. They don't have levitate. So at the very least, it doesn't get the +2. Also doesn't get the -2. but it gets a -3. And then even if it would see kill, it would get a +4 and it would get a -3. And we know from protect it will get a +2. So even if it sees kill with earthquake, it will not click earthquake on a protect turn. So that's, we can abuse that. And we should abuse that. The only thing is we have now, if we're calcing now, the Gabite line, then we have both of them out at the same time, which means that they will protect probably one by one. They could protect both at the same time because one of them decides to click protect twice. That would sync their protect up. That would be kind of bad, I think. But I think in the end, what I want to try to make happen, which is going to be rather difficult if we look at this order. Well, not at this order necessarily. Yeah, a bit. Yeah. So the thing is, I know I can clean out Gabite and the Gligar with Delibird. It's faster than both and it can one-hit them, and it has with Aurora Beam, and that is not affected by accuracy. Both of them are going to deal with because of their Sandveil, which has a 20% accuracy drop. It's also the only one that sees kill on them. But the problem is it's a double battle, so I cannot just kill them one by one because I also have to deal with the other guy. In case of Hippopotas, he will most definitely kill. I mean, the only damaging move it has is this, so he's probably going to use it. But we can make sure, for example, that it gets burned, maybe. Reduce it, but then if it crits, still dead, right? So for example, this kills on most kills, most rolls, even if I boost Delibird to 27, it would still be dead on the 6 highest rolls, like 40% or something. 6 of 16. So that's not something I can risk. So I could switch in on an Earthquake, for example. That I can do. But especially for doubles, that's going to be annoying because we have, for example, Earthquake. Let's say, well, that definitely doesn't see this. Cannot KO the target, so we'll get a -1. But let's say, because we want to bait Earthquake, right? So let's say we bait it into the Mech Cargo. Well, if you bait into the Mech Cargo, that's actually ×4. So that could bait out ground realistically. So the good thing is with the Switch AI, we know for sure that it's going to check for this, for Delcatty, what it wants to switch in, and for the Mech Cargo, what it wants to switch in. Basically, it just chooses 50% of the time, the one or the other. There's no rhyme or reason other than that. We know it's going to be one of these two, but we don't know which one. For the damage, it's a bit different. So let's say for the Gabite to click Earthquake, it will do the calcs on all its moves, +2, minus, whatever. All these flags, final score for each of those moves. And then it will just check on both my mon. If it sees a 4 on Delcatty and a 2 on Mekargo, it's going to click the 4. So there's no randomness there. The only thing is we don't always know what number it's rolling, because that could be based on percentages. But if it sees kill, know that it gets a +4. But if the Gabite is still next to it, we'll get the -3, like we just said. So then we'll be +1. And on a +1, that's not high enough, I think, because then, well, maybe it is, because then Rock Slide will probably get a -1, because that's, if we just check Mekargo against this guy. Rock Slide does less damage, so then Rock Slide will get a -1. Earthquake will not get a -1. So we had +4, we have a -3, so we have +1. We don't get another -1. The effectiveness is ×4. So we get a 78. Oh, but no, we don't get the +4, sorry. Only if it sees kill, but we don't want it to actually kill, of course. We don't want it to see kill, but we want the move effectiveness ×4. So there's a 70% chance for it to score +2. Yeah, but then it gets the -3 in case of it being Gabite. So then it will probably never click Earthquake, but it will click Rock Slide. Even though it is the most damaging. Because this is 7. So even if it rolls this, it would be +2. Then it gets the -3, it's already at -1. Then Rock Slide also gets a -1. Right? But if the move cannot KO the target, and this is the user's allies over 0%. This is not the case, so it's not going to happen for both moves, I think. I think Rocks is not a half or something. That's also super effective, actually. Not quad, but super effective still. If the move deals most damage to the target, considering all of the user's allies' moves as well. That we do not know, because the other Earthquake might deal more. There's a 50% chance of a +1. But then if the move did not get a +1 in the previous check, which is all the other ones, this is the case. It's 2 times effective, and the other Earthquakes are even 4 times, so then it's like a high chance to get a +1 again. This is actually weird, because this actually includes the tag strategy in there as well. Then it doesn't always have these checks. No. I have the notepad open the whole time. I was checking this text. I'm sorry. Keep making a mistake. Anyway. Was it +2 in this doc as well? Or was it +2? So this is literally tag strategy. So maybe tag strategy is the doubles AI. That could be. Maybe. Because this part, I think you can also find somewhere with the damage being. Maybe it's just generic doubles AI. All other score modifiers for damage as otherwise mentioned. It's basically this. And then some specific things. That's actually tag strategy. Then we only have the baton pass, damage priority to deal with. The baton pass. Only doing status moves, protect, baton pass, and then all other moves that do not do damage. The damage priority one is this one. It's a bit weird naming. If the move used would not be considered for damage calculation, 61% chance to get +1. +2. It's at the start of the document. A list of such effects. Start with a score of 0 and be modified by their respective routines. Will never be regarded for damage scoring calculations. Not sure if that also is the case for the switch. Something you can double check easily, I think. It means it will never check for kill, probably. Return. Okay. So what would that mean for us here? Okay, we would still protect. Hippo would probably protect as well. Even though Hippo might yawn. But we can pre-status. I'm not going to pre-sleep. I think that's bullshit. But we could pre-poison, maybe. But only if that's really... That's really the move, you know. I could also equip Yacha Berry. What is it? Resto Berry? Chesto Berry? All the berries. Resto Berry. Chesto Berry. Jesus Christ. It's getting late. I should have 2. I have 2. 6. I mean, it is possible. Doesn't mean I will actually consume them all, of course. But so I could equip all of them with a Chesto, except the Quick Claw Mon, which at this point is actually this guy, which could still be good. Can we kill Hippo with anything else? Yeah. Him. That's not what we want. Especially if it's... Well, until we can still do it. So what if we... I mean, if we could do Chesto. We just make sure that it doesn't... It might yawn. If it yawns first turn, that's probably because of the setup flag, because it's the first turn. The second turn, it doesn't get that anymore. Then it wants to protect, so then this would be a protect turn. We'd have to calc both lines actually. I mean, there's a lot of lines to calc. So let's say it's going to use something else. Right? Okay, but it's protecting Hippopotamus. Probably EQing. But not with Gabite. Probably rock sliding then. Is it though? Is it though? mean, for sure I will try to fire spin I want to fire spin the hippo. So the thing is, I don't want him to... So the real problem is, if I kill it, something else comes out. Delibird doesn't survive any move, right? So it has to come in very specific time, and not when both of the enemy mon can kill. Or I need to dispatch both at the same time, which is not possible because, well, this one might. Then what we get after is going to be more problem. How do we make sure? If Gabite comes out, we already have an issue, because then they're not likely to EQ. I mean, there is a world where I mean, we can kill two of them at the same time. We can kill them at the same time. We could. Let's just do this for a second. Let's say we turn one. Skarmory, Tailwind or Stealth Rocks. Still, there's a high chance of Tailwind, which would still be the best, even in that scenario, because Delibird is faster. So then that might give him the edge to Tailwind. It is a realistic scenario. We'd have to calc the percentages. Also have to know if Stealth Rock is part of setup. Just ask. Check Stealth Rock. is times 4. There's a 70% chance of getting +2. Okay, so basically it has a 50% chance to score +1. Always. And then if it's times 4, it has a 70% chance scoring +2 as well. So I was thinking leading with Delibird and Macargo, because Macargo can one-hit this guy, Skarmory. Delibird can one-hit the Hippo. So if he sets up Stealth Rocks, that's kind of annoying. But yeah, how much am I winning with that? Because then I have to switch out. Then I am, depending on who comes out, I can switch out on a switch in on a Protect turn. But then the Yawn is gone. Also, then I can more realistically maybe come in on an Earth Power. Earthquake. Oh, I cannot. I just don't want preferably Tailwind to be up. Because if it's not up, I can just Fire Spin this guy and it will never Yawn again. But then if I don't copycat, then it's going to be Stealth Rocks from potentially. And then I'll never be able to switch in this guy again, probably. Maybe to snipe one time. I mean, we know for sure that it's going to hit. It might just be the move to prevent Tailwind instead of Stealth Rocks. Then we have to continue calcing the line, I think. Anyway, I just need to continue with the line, I think. So let's just keep this one here. Protect. Let's say. Yeah, we don't know which one, of course. Probably not E2. It's probably going to be slide, I'm guessing, or the yawn protected here. But probably yawn is not happening after the first turn, not realistically. Well, no, it's not true, because yawn is then 0. So rocks in this case doesn't gets the -1 actually from these two. We also have to calc that guy, of course. It's the -1, but then cannot KO. User allies HP is over 0. It's not true. Because earthquake and this earthquake does 45. That's 48, so his earthquake does more. Earthquake from Gabite. Well, the earthquake from Gabite does 48. Jesus, 48 on Macrogo. Firefang does 3. And Claw does goodness, 21. And the hippo has 5 and 12. Right. That's the damage on my critical. Okay. So if we look at the thing, they cannot KO all of them, so they're not getting the +4. Is Dragon Claw different? What does Dragon Claw do actually? Does it do anything special? Just has an increased critical hit ratio. It doesn't calculate that, I think. Okay. So sect AI. If the move cannot KO the target, and a different move the user knows would do more than the target score -1 and terminate. So this one gets -1 from that, this one gets -1 from that, and this one gets -1 from that. It's just 0. Right? So it's the thing. Then, if the effectiveness of the move is ×4, which this one is, there's a 68% chance, 68.8% chance how do we do that? Chance for +2. And then this is not true. And then if the move does the most damage to the target when considering all of the user's allies' moves as well. That's this one. 50%. Because it's the strongest move. And then all the other ones that didn't get this +1, if they are super effective, which this one is not, right? Because it's only waterground fighting rocks. It's not the case. This one. It should be clawed, so this is 75% chance to get +1. This one gets a 60.9% chance to get +1. Because it's 2 times effective. So then we know for sure it's never going to click any of these, the Gabite. There's a 50% chance to click EQ based on these flags. Actually, if we go to the EQ thing, this included as well? Sword stance. Okay, so this doesn't mention anything. This thing just wants to keep on clicking sword stance. Oh, to under plus 3. Yeah, okay, so it wants a sword stance. Very likely to 3. That's high HP. Yeah. That's just normal. My brain is getting fried. I was really tired, but now I'm getting even more tired. Let's see what Delibird baits. Rock, fire, electric, steel. Okay, so all of them. So he has rock is ×4. Okay. Psychic is dragon. That's also zero times 14. Zero. Flying. No. Chicken burger. Round to 0. Dragon is normal. Kick. Flying is normal. And then normal is normal. This is 18. This is 14. This is 14. This is 200. In this case, we would get 200. We would get anyhow. And then we would get boom. And so the annoying part with this kind of thing is that if I lead with these two, and I would kill their first non, both first turn, then that could bait either Gabite Gligar, Gabite Soul Rock, Gligar Soul Rock. No, that's not possible. It's either going to be Gabite Gligar, Gabite Soul Rock, Lemmy. Those are the options. So I would say that there's a high chance that it would be these two. And a 100% chance that it would be either of these. Because either it's these two, or these two, or these two. Never Gabite and Glameow. That's the only thing we know for sure. So how would that look? Because that's, I mean, then either Tailwind goes up or Stealth Rocks. One of the two. I cannot stop that from happening because my Cargo is not faster than Skarmory, unfortunately. But my Delibird is faster than the Hippopotas, even if they get the first turn Tailwind. So either way, kill both. And then we might have Tailwind or we might have Stealth Rocks, depending on what they choose, that we cannot stop. The annoying part is that it's very hard to deal with whatever comes next in a Tailwind scenario. Because we are not faster. So let's say we Tailwind. Who's faster than Solrock? Nobody. Who's faster than Gabite? Nobody. Who's faster than Gligar? Nobody. Who's faster than Burgley? Also nobody. So preferably you would want to stall a few turns before we actually want to do such a thing. If you even want that. So yeah, so I never think that's the play, to be honest. At least with Delcatty you can kind of do some stuff. So okay, let's say we don't kill the Skarmory directly. Ah no, that doesn't even work because the Hippo wants to protect first turn probably. Would be the slowest mon if Tailwind is up. Would actually be Hippo. Could click Protect. Last turn, then you could potentially copycat that. there's also a chance of the stealth then going up stealth rocks next turn. Copycat that maybe. Rocks is also up for you. Probably we're switching more than they are. And we should all kind of take rocks pretty well. So ground or so maybe that's not the one. I want to check area dose as well. We don't have quad, we have fire flying psychic rock. Fire flying psychic rock. We have dragon, which is normal. We have ground, which is normal. Normal, which is normal. We still have the 80, we have the 120, 80, we have 60. This is based on type, but I need to see if which moves do they have. Fire flying, psychic rock. So Namio doesn't have this. So it will be Soul Rock 16. It will be Gligar. And Gigabyte 80. Cameo something. Let's say we kill this guy again. 0. And we check the damage for Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw return, Iron Tail, fake out. I mean, it doesn't really matter actually what damage this is. It's actually because these ones are already winning. It's the same for this. Okay. I mean, we have two options here that make Lemmeow come out last. Also have two options here that make Soul Rock come first. Those are things that can make it more consistent, I would say. It's not going to do jack shit here. guy. It's hurting my brain. Just trying to figure out like what are some nice leads, like just thinking of maybe what if you let the Skarmory live, maybe open with an Intimidate, then just let it set up Tailwind, Stealth Rocks even. I mean, you could even still copycat the Tailwind maybe. You could, for example, fake out this guy because we're faster, and then fake out should be faster than protect. So it doesn't protect the first turn, doesn't yawn the first turn. And then kill it with whatever. Then whatever comes in. The only downside is that this guy is also dead to him, even if he is, well, not if he's intimidated. So we cannot switch him in, so then we have to keep this guy up. What's the matchup going to be? What do we know looking at the dog that we just made? Ariados will bait Solrock. Delcatty will bait Glameow. So then we have to assume that Tailwind is up. We're not going to outspeed this guy anyway. We could copycat maybe, so depending on who's last will be. If we... So let's say we opened with... You could even open with Mecargo actually. It doesn't then have to be this guy, because that can also kill that one. That's maybe better for not taking too much damage from him. Let's say we kill this guy. I mean, the bait will be the same. Delcatty will still bait Glameow probably. Mecargo will still bait Gavite, so that doesn't really change. What does change is that the line becomes much more stable, I think. But the problem is Skarmory still cannot. This thing now dies to the storm. It just dies to freaking everything. Just, I mean, you could switch it in, that's fine. Switch it into a pluck or switch it into an earthquake. The next turn, you really have to kill, you know. I mean, it's possible if, for example, you would bait, like if you bait Glameow, then you're not even going to attempt it. Let's say you bait Soul, no, let's say you bait the Gabite. Gabite sees Earthquake on this guy. Yeah, the Skarmy is alive, so it doesn't get the minus. Sees the ×4. Still might protect, but protect is also fine, because then we switch into a protector, that's fine. If we switch into an Earthquake, that would be bad. Earthquake would be good actually. Quite effective against him, but then could switch. Switching into Earthquake, and then also have to dodge the Iron Head. Not sure if he would click Iron Head here. That's most damage for both. You have to assume it's going to hit this guy maybe because it's highest damage or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't really make the line any better, to be honest. Not with this group. Could also check some of the levels. Maybe I can increase some to level 27. I don't know if that's going to necessarily help. Still think this is the best line to start. It's the most consistent to start, at least. Get rid of this one. We see kill on the second one, and after it becomes a bit more shaky. Mechago can survive for a long time with recover, but then you would have to switch out your Delcatty probably, because so either it's going to be Gabite or Glameow. If it's Glameow, we're probably going to want to have to send in Laron, because the only one that can really do stuff here. It would actually be best, because then also it doesn't like to Earthquake. Would be best actually. Best for taking out the Glameow actually. One of us is getting the fake out, which would be random, it's not calcing damage. If it didn't get the tailwind, I would still be faster. What would that help me? It wouldn't. Because the first turn it's going to fake out. We don't really... Probably you want to yeah, so probably it doesn't want to EQ there. Then you send out there on. Because he can take a rock slide just as Mekargo can. You would then try to just probably boost him. 8 might be a bit harsh. Does Ruggy actually want to do? Oh, fake hunt first time. Probably want to burn the Perugly. Burn the Perugly and maybe try to toxic the hippo. Burn them both. More turns for that though. I do get toxic at 25. What I could do, the sense feels really starting to screw with me. You want to fake them out, basically. Hope you don't miss. Or if they are both out, I know that it wants to protect. It has a higher chance to protect than to Iron Fang. And the red just has answers for most of the mon. It's just this Laren just gets smoked by most of these guys. Just not the Burly. Some switch tech. But there is a way where I can switch in both Dial Caddy and Delibird at the same time, fake out the one mon and then Aurora being the second. But then they all have this stupid Sandville stuff. Only Glameow doesn't have it. This might be my best. Stel, ik heb Scrum. So Scrum we don't even count, right? We have Plan. So we can take Gligar. Let's see if we can handle him. Kind of down. That's all not going to be very feasible. Check some of the other ones. Damage dealer, oh, quite slow as well. Doesn't necessarily have to be an issue. It will be an issue if they take damage in the process, which they probably will. This guy. Sure, he'll go around. Can handle himself quite well. 2 hyper fangs would kill. And then we have the Glycar. Kind of. Maybe Calcing. Cargo. There's some options. Gyarados, maybe not so much. Delhi, of course. It is nice to just be able to switch him in and just insta-kill through the stupid Sandville stuff. You can even just send him in sack. I mean, not what I want, but I want my run to end. Let's say we burn you. Eradicate could also be an option here. There on, not so much. Yeah, also not so much, especially if the thing has set up a bit. No. Definitely no. No. Seeking could be a very good option, actually. The stocks, kinda. Liberal again. That could be huge against his sword stance. Start setting up. So what do we have against Glamio? Delcatty kind of. Cargo. There are those. So much. Eradicate would do it. Have him. So not really. Bibero, kind of. We have Soul Rock left. That's it. Maybe it. Okay, so Soul Rock. How does this work? Nope. Nah. If we have to, we can do it. For 100% sure. This guy, no. Activate, burn, do it. Theron could do it. No. Yeah, maybe. I mean, how many do we have here? 1, 2, 3. Seeking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seeking. Around cutting the cargo areas. Seeking. Not using Daddy Bird. Could be a good snipe. Okay, we have to make some choices then. Okay, but yeah, we can add Carvania here, but it doesn't really make that much sense. We can do Seeking against. Sure. Seeking is a good option there. Stocks, yeah, good enough to warrant its own spot. It's not going to be enough. That's not going to be enough. Of course, BRL is kind of mid here. We're seeing area those here as well. This guy. Oh shit! Did I? For Hippo. Did I do these ones already? Good. This one so much. This one, yeah. Okay. So now, then we have Hippo. Hippo would be Delcatty. The Mac cargo area those probably going to be used there. Bird as well. We have Eradicate. It's always an option. Theron, not so much. Finding out, but then Seeking even better, right? Because right now, Seeking is just a better Carvania. Any surprises? I'm going to look at those. Oh, Bibero. So we have graphite and soul rock that have only 4. We all see Ariados replicate. These two. So Ariados can basically do any fight. Because Gligar is not really Ariados' thing. That's it. Okay, so this is basically what we're looking at. I see one. Can we make it? Alphabetically, and at least I have this fixed order. I'll cut these before the rebirth. Chicken twice here. Is that good, huh? And there is like this. Let's get there. Everyone should actually be here. Let's put there. Let's put there. Seeking, and then this doesn't make sense because with the deliberate that should go after. Oops. So this is the coverage basically. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Pokemon, we have to bring it to 6. As we can see, we can use, Delcatty and Mekargo are kind of fixed. They're also used for the same mon. So you could do some cool stuff there. Area dose is for sure, so that's why it's number 3. So Laron you can only use on 2 at the same time. We have other options. It's not like it's kind of awesome. What is the other option? For example, Clemio has a Bibarel option. It's not the greatest option. Ariados is much better. Also because of the Intim. We have the Delcatty, which is also not great. The cargo is good. So yeah, we might need the Laron. Don't need it for the Soul Rocket. Don't bring, it's going to cost us a different one. Like, Seeking is very good on 3 matchups, like 1-hit KOs, more or less the Gligar, and also can Aqua Jet if needed. Same time, Bibarel also do that. That one doesn't care about Sword Stance. Also, Delibird can do that. Here is the spread. That kid can do a lot. How afraid are we of Sandville? The only problem is that Delibird becomes really wonky if I want to use it in the first few turns. Because if Tailwind is set up, so either we go for the, we don't care about Stealth Rocks. I think that's just a bad play because we might need to move a lot. Let's just think how this fight will go. So then you have to bank on it being still Tailwind. So that means the first, if Glamia comes out, that's actually best case scenario. Because that's going to be faster anyway. But if it's Gabite that comes out, my internet has been stable. You can already give an applause for that. No issues whatsoever. Let's keep it going. I think I don't bring the Delibird because I think it can. The thing is, if I can bring it out safe, I have a guaranteed kill on 3 of their Mon, but I think the Hippopotas, I don't need it because that's going to be chipped down and then finished off by something. It's my guess, because I'm probably going to have to burn it at some point. So we don't need to one-shot kill it. It doesn't apply for the other guys. Doesn't apply. Like for example, even Gabite I can handle quite well. Even Gligar I can handle quite well, to be honest. As long as I can prevent it from earthquaking. Worst case scenario would be if Solrock and Gligar both come out, because they can just earthquake. Bang bang. But at the same time that could be good for me, because then I know that I can switch in safely. But yeah, I think there are too many variables. I think I just have to see how it plays out and then just switch in whatever I need. But then who can do that the best is the question. For example, Ariados can switch in on an earthquake pretty well. Even on a rock slide. Takes all the moves pretty well. And then it can leech life its way back to health. What is the... It's fast. That's not good. Wow, that's not a lot. So that would mean that it would level up really fast in this yeah, I could keep it at whatever it was. It's not 24. I mean, if I keep it 24, it's going to be bad, right? That's nonsense. Let's say I make Ariados 26. It could still take Lamia pretty well. It still doesn't take the Gligar very well. It can still take Gabite pretty well, over 50%. Its last level doesn't really add that much, other than it 100% killing stop the music? I think I did. Let's just put something else on. Other than so it doesn't kill. Still faster than Soul Rock. Probably just going to, depending on what comes out, I either have to burn Purugly. Oh, it's actually Purugly, not a Glameow. Anyway, so if Glameow comes out, Purugly, I need to probably burn it. Or I could double into it. It's also an option. To be faster anyway. Much rather kill him. That is an option. I don't have to burn it. I'm 100% sure. But it will fake out, right? So then I will I can't really choose anything, just come in with this guy. Because the Glameow we don't have many answers for. Same for Solrock, but at least we have some good ones. For example, Gligar versus Seeking. Like, what is the chance that it will kill me? Not very likely. I would have to misdive a million times. The only thing I could say about Lairon, it can take the Soul Rock. He's not the only one, and he doesn't even take it that well, if I'm really honest. Because it takes like 50% from Earthquake. And also baits Earthquake, which might not always be the best. I mean, we already have some of those. Yeah. Potentially could also be exactly what I need, of course. Even Bibarel is not really great for Glamio. Catty also. Aerials might be the best answer, but Aerials might also be the best answer to everything. And also Macargo. Yeah, so if turn 1 they switch out for Glamio, which these two guys can bait. They're both then I will switch out Delcatty for Arados. I will try to get the Glamio out of there. It should work. If that works, you don't need Laron for that one. We don't need Laron for the other one. But then we could Seeking in, for example. Medium fast. How fast is that? It's quite fast, right? It's not that fast. Okay, so then we don't have Laron anymore. Now it's only a question of do we bring Liberal, Reticate, or Deliberate. So what would be the best answer against Gligar? Probably the Seeking, because also it has Aqua Jet if for whatever reason it doesn't kill. Probably do anything special. More or less the same damage, actually. But they need to hit 2 times. Deliberate needs to hit once. Like a burnt Reticate. Not so much. It's okay. And for Gabite, it's okay. Also okay. Clawdo again. Increased hit ratio. It's not what you want to see. You don't want to see Dragon Claw being the best move. Yeah, that might be... we might be baiting that with almost anything. Solrock, we don't have many answers. That one here. One here. the chance of it coming out? Keep Delcatting out small. Cargo a bit more. Area those high. It's actually really good. It's actually really good. Best case scenario would be throw out Ariados, then Glameow comes out, whittle down Glameow, then Solrock comes out, kill it. Gligar comes out, probably. I still have the Gabite option. But then Ariados has kind of done its duty, right? That can still do good. So, do we want... How good is Bibarel against Hippo? Quite good. Against Solrock. Decent. Against Gabite. Decent. Against Gligar. Good. To be fair, I haven't seen all these lines. I mean, it's nice to have this one in the back. But it's just too risky. So it would have to be Bibarel, I think. Then let's say we do it like this. We have without speed on Solrock. The guy only outspeeds this guy. Unit 25, oh it's already 26 actually. Telcat is already 27. We keep this. This should be faster. Solrock. Don't want a speed time. We want the thing. Fasting I don't like because we're going to need this guy a lot, I think. Then, I think I'm going to need it. think it's best to keep him 27. Let's keep him 27. Seeking a biberon. I'm a bit afraid of these levels. Okay, let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're just going to try it. Okay. I'm just gonna do it. Endless Calcing is not going to bring me anything more than this, right? So let me stop the music. Okay. But first, we are going to work. We can bring the Delcati down one level. That's going to appear a lot anyway. We can keep this as is as well. Area those who need it to be at 27. Could ruin my run later, but I kind of need it. Same goes for the red. We get the biberon. Finally, we are getting ourselves a seeking. So it's now 22. It's going to get seeking at 23. There's nothing that we want to delay. There's no. Preferably, you would want a drill pack. It's 37. That would be huge for seeking. Then that means we also cannot use this one for Gardenia. I'm not so sure if that's realistic. We could even teach it Aurora Beam. Let me see what that does for the line, other than more consistent, of course. Let's say I would choose then Aurora Beam over Mugshot. Okay, well the special is ass. No. Also no stab, of course. Hit it, but we will be able to hit it for a lot less damage. Okay. So, nice to have. So yeah, what was I thinking? I mean, so now we're using Seeking for Gligar, Solrock, and Hippopotas. I mean, I could the problem is I could use Carvania for them as well. Carvania is also faster than Seeking a bit, only 2 points. But doesn't take any hits because it has only 18 defense and 18 special defense. And I hope that if it's a Sharpedo, it still gets bullshit. So Seeking can take a lot more punishment, and if we're going to miss anything with Sandville, we want to be able to take something, and we don't really have a drop-in replacement for what Seeking can do here. Just having Goldeen level 27 is just not gonna cut it. Speed wise, it is doing the same. Damage wise, it's doing a lot less. Seeking could kill in a lot of rolls most of the time. On the other hand, Goldeen does take the same kind of punishment, kind of. Jet. The one that can cause some issues here is going to them both, actually. Guys that are faster. Gabai. Oh, was he ever? He was never against Gabai. It was a Solrock. But what is? For what it's worth, because he's going to die to something else anyway. Guessing. It's a question: do we really need Seeking? Seeking is only Gligar, Solrock. It's just the best answer that I have. Does 27 matter for speed? For damage? Not really. Keep it 26. Doesn't really change anything. 27 gets Aqua Ring. It's not. What would that do? It would counter the sand. Do I have time to set it up? Probably not. Just need to get in and then kill the guy. Yeah, so I'm not going to delay. Also, they get Aqua Ring at the same. At least I'm not delaying. Then I might keep it at 26, maybe. Let's do 25 at least to be able to outspeed Sora. I want to keep it at 20. Yeah, let's make it just 27. I haven't used this thing forever. Last words, obviously. So now I don't think that's going to be useful for now. Right now I just need the damage. There's no time to set up. I think it might just be my inexperience. Quick claw on my cargo, but I don't want the quick claw on my cargo. I mean, we do want it, but I think what I want much more than that is just who's going to need the quick claw? 43 speed. Can speed most of the team. We can give it to Seeking anyway. can do. Let's just think. Good. Ocean. I'm very scared for this fight. It is one of the more difficult fights, I would say. Of course, not of the whole ROM, at least of this early game. Okay. It's going to be scary. And it's also going to be the end of the stream if I finish. Win or lose. Preferably deathless. Let's see. Let's see what can happen. Let's check my leading Pokemon. Both are correct. Blah blah blah. Good. Okay. Okay. So again, stupid sand is up. Annoying. So, Skarmory can go for the tailwind. I mean, technically, I think it can click whatever, but that's also a fiction, I think. Most likely case would be tailwind because my Tailcat is faster than it, so it wants to speed up the whole team. I could copycat that, but if it decides to stealth rocks, copycat doesn't work because I'm faster. That would mean that the stealth rocks will be up. Either way, Skarmory dies, but I would much rather have it tailwind for 3 turns than having stealth rocks up for the whole fight. So I'm going to fake out Skarmory, because faking out will go first, and not stealth rocks. Make her go, fire spin into Skarmory. Expecting. Best case scenario would be that I copycat that, but I couldn't take the risk. It's not as fast after tailwind. It's crazy. Okay, that's fine. I have a berry. I'll make you go last. It doesn't. So why would Tailwind not make him faster than me? Is that a bug? Not quite sure what to make of that. Maybe because it clicked already first turn without the Tailwind. The order is weird. Okay, we have to pivot a bit. It's fine. I mean, on purpose, I gave him the Chesto Berry. Because I knew this was an option. That also means that I want to kill it. But that also means it now is faster, but it probably doesn't want to be on now because it's not set up AI anymore. It's been the first time to battle, so probably it will want to protect. And Gabite will want to do the same. So that would make me want to switch into Ariados. And do I want to risk it? I mean, if I fire spin now, I could kill the hippo. Then I would only have Gabite to deal with the current thing. Bring an Ariados to get an Intimidate off. But I could double switch. Because I think that they're going to protect both of them. Oops. Just then for Gabite, also switch in gonna double protect. Paint off so they will do less damage. That's always good to have. And there's no accuracy check or they cannot protect against that. Now we hope to see 2 protects. Yawn. It's crazy. So probably yawn to my gray market shot. Okay. So the best thing I can do is for Reticate to hyper. I have to select. Reticate to attack Hyperfang the Gabite. And that would mean area dose, leech life, the hippo. Is it burned, so it has guts. So as long as it hits, it should be dead. It's a dead Gabite. Perfect. This is also last turn of Tailwind. Perfect. So much feedback. It's berry juice, I think. It's fine. Let's do yawn again. I don't know why it wants to set up so well. Usually it wants to protect. So Perugly is going to fake out first turn. Faster, Tailwind should not be up, but still Perugly should be faster. My best play would be to get aerials out of here. Just isn't necessarily the best counter against Perugly. More is it to hippo. I want to get another Intim off if possible. From my list here because it's no longer relevant. Let's move their own from this one. Should be it. Okay, so we did bring for Perugly Anchor-Go, Bellcat. Area dose. Well, area dose we did actually. still want to get the intel off. So maybe I want to switch it into something else later. Much rather use red later as well, so that would mean someone is taking a fake out. My cargo can take the fake out. There's a chance that Hippo's going to click yawn again. Only has 10 PP, but that's still enough. It already clicked it 3 times, I think. Failed 2, hit 1. I don't know why it doesn't want to protect. Usually it should have a high chance to protect. Already. First time I get, there's a setup AI, the rest I don't get. So. Can I switch in my cargo and then switch in Ariados again? That doesn't work, that's stupid. And then switch it out. Keeps yawning for whatever reason. And we'll take just bring the Sea King then. Hopefully fake out the Macro. That's unfortunate. And now it starts to protect. Okay, but then it click protect. That's actually good for us. Fire sprint for ugly and then dive the Hippo. What is this guy gone? Quick gone, doesn't need it. So now Ugly probably doesn't die, so now it's going to bring out either Gligar or Soul Rock. I would like it to be Soul Rock. What's that going to do? That's too much. That's too much. I have to pivot. too bad, but sword doesn't see that much damage into chestnut actually. Probably sees a kill. Let me see, what's my HP? 28. Okay, it doesn't see kill and seeking. Definitely should see one. 28. Yeah, sees one with return. I don't know if it calcs with return, if I'm honest. But to be safe, I'm going to. Can I rock slide? 22 damage. Let me bring. Okay. This is 30%. Not 28. Okay, so rock slide might not kill. So that's not going to work, realistically. Soul Rock didn't see kill, but it can do some cool stuff. Crit, of course. What does an Aqua Jet? It's not enough. So I do need to. Switch out to seeking for a Gyarados. Get the Intimidate off again. Doesn't have Protect Mons anymore, so that's good. I mean, you can abuse it a bit. I just have to deal with this bright powder. Or what is it? Bright powder. Sandville Mons. We have both of them up at the same time. That's exactly what we didn't want to happen. Both Gligar and Flagger doesn't see kill, so probably it will start to Swords Dance. We actually just want to fire spin the guy. Rock Slide doesn't do enough damage. Fire spin. Ligar. And then we Leech Life the Soul Rock, and especially the Soul Rock. We just need to hit through Bread Powder. That's what we expected. Come on, yes, this is important. Now it only has try to restore my health. That's good. Now it's 2 against 1. Can crit. Want. Oh, of course, light screen. I forgot about light screen. Swords Dance, which is, let me just system, it's 2 stages, back 2 stages. So now it doesn't see kill, but it probably wants to. There is a chance that it's going to Swords Dance again. Definitely a possibility. There's a higher possibility that he's going to Earthquake. The question is, who takes this Earthquake the best? I know who does. It's Bibarel. Because Bibarel doesn't see his stat changes. Let's switch out Chestnut. Like 90% damage for my Bibarel. And then my Ariados would stay in, because even if it would crit, oh shit. Don't want to keep Ariados in, because a crit would kill with Airlace if he would click Airlace. Ariados is also not faster. So who would I put in then? Bibarel is faster than him, so at least I know that he's going to be dead next turn. Who can I bring in? It's going to. It's actually not +2, it's +1 because I intimidated it. Did I? No, not this guy. Not this guy. This guy. This guy. I mean, we could bring in Delcatty. Earthquake crit or Airlace crit. Most would be dead. I'm 100% honest. Earthquake, he's dead too. So what's the chance that Earthquake is very high, right? Because his the Pokemon that just died here was the Soul Rock. So I mean, either it Swords Dances or it Earthquakes. I think those are the 2 options. If it's Swords Dances, I win. I think. I mean, any kind of crit would kill. I basically just want this B-Rail to 1v1 the guy, but that's not possible. I don't have any flying Pokemon, which is unfortunate. Like that. Whoa, that's actually not true. Gyarados can survive if it's Earthquake crit, and if it's just a normal aerial ace. Also, only if it's aerial ace crit into Gyarados, which would be crazy because it's super effective, quad super effective against Macro. So actually, Gyarados just stays in. I could Shadow Sneak. Some extra chip. I can do that next turn as well. It's going to do a bit of damage. I can do Leech Life just to give myself a bit extra. Why the hell not, right? Just click Source Dance, then we're fine. Okay. Oh, that's fine actually, because none of my mom died. Okay, Sandville, that's stupid. So now we're entering some fiction territory, because we already missed. So B-Braille needs to hit this Bubble Beam. Just start calcing here. This is 50%. Let's say it is exactly 50%. It would be 31. So Bubble Beam will do 30. Will do 30. Which is not enough. Like I said earlier, B-Rail is faster, so Bubble Beam will be faster. The only thing we need to hope is that we don't miss, basically. Because it is going to Earthquake again. I'm really sure. My B-Rail can take that. This guy cannot. Oh, Shadow Sneak should do 11, 13 damage. By the way, did I already proc all my berries? What the hell happened? Shadow Sneak. Let's check. It's +1 priority. Actually, there's a chance that it will aerial ace. Because it sees a kill on my Gyarados. Which of my guys can take crit aerial ace from him at this point? This is too much. That's too much. That's too much. I mean, realistically, just Chestnut could do it, then that would bait an earthquake again. And earthquake would kill it. Do I have any Pokemon that just has that just hits? I think I do actually. I was thinking of bringing that. Now the Aurora Beam. Well, no, I cannot bring that guy. Just have to hope. I think it's the aerial ace I can do, but then still I have to hit double beam again. I mean, this is risk a lot, I think. But I think Ariados, risking Ariados might be the worst thing that I can do. And I would much rather sack something else. Like for example, not that I want to risk Chestnut, but Chestnut is not at risk of dying yet. I also always have the option of maybe the Bubble Beam could kill. If it's a high roll Bubble Beam, it could kill, so that's still my best option. Even then I can switch back into I just hope that this is aerial ace, like, because it sees kill. It should be. Or just kill. High roll. Unlucky. More unlucky. Don't crit. Danger Berry. Don't crit. Oh. Okay. Even if it sees kill, it's going to click an earthquake. Not what I wanted to see. I'm still faster. I still always Bubble Beam here. And I just switch into something that can handle a normal earthquake at this point, which is only Delcatty. Or Raticate. Maybe. Wave 3. No, it doesn't take an earthquake. High roll earthquake. Delcatty does. Just going to have to do it. Delcatty. Here I'll just hit. 80% chance to hit. Oh, let's go. Deathless Mars. Let's fucking go. have items here? I think so. We might actually. There's only surf and it's outside. Save this shit. Quick screenshot for the Discord. It's not even the end boss of this. Okay. Well guys, I'm going to go to bed. If I can even sleep. Good way to work though. Anyway, thanks for watching.